Hi, Solar. How are you? Oh, ah, how is everyone? Comfy? Morgan of the Devil time. Yeah. Okay, we'll see how far we get on this and how far my voice carries me. I have not done any vocal warm-ups today, so
I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please, answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally?
it's a voice-heavy game. Yeah. It also doesn't help that I've been eating a lot of chocolate today, and chocolate gums up my voice.
Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world.
I fucking love Sarah's smug face. It's so good.
Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection. Calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling like that's gonna be, sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for him to make claims about his influence. They'd say his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands and technology he helped develop.
Zippy.
And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance. Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well... withdrawn. Miss Starling. People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, counselor? I'm just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything beside professional concerns?
Yo, hi Nocturnal Thing, how are you? How was your stream? What were you streaming? For those of you who don't already know me, hi, I'm Maddie. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of RPGs, lots of visual novels. We're currently working our way through Of the Devil Chapter 1, which has been really good. It's just been very voice heavy, so it's been wearing me out.
And I've also been told that I have a really nice voice.
It was more New Vegas. Nice. I think I've told this, I think I've said this on stream before, but I've tried to get into Fallout New Vegas multiple times. And I've literally never made it outside of the starting town.
Sure. We've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain, since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think he could, or he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never.
That's how it was for you when you tried a few years ago. Between crashing and everything else, it was rough. Been going along much better. Nice. It's just the kind of thing of like, generally post-apocalypse isn't really my genre. I'm like, hell, I have a couple select, like, very select things that are like, yeah, cyberpunk is kind of my genre, but like, if you want to get me interested in something, high fantasy is the way to go. And because Fallout is sitting squarely in the post-apocalypse genre, it's one of those things where like it has to work double time to like keep my attention. And when you get out of the starting town in Fallout New Vegas, it just kind of dumps you out there. And it's just like, okay, go to, I don't even remember where you're told to go, but like it just kind of dumps you out in the middle of the Mojave Desert, and it's kind of like there's, I don't know how controversial of a take this is, but it feels like there is a disconnect between the tutorial and everything else, and I feel like that's by design, because the tutorial is its own little self-contained area that teaches you like all the mechanics, and then the instant that you get outside of it, you kind of have to start from scratch again a little bit with like your investment. I don't know. I think that's my biggest thing, is that there's a pace breaker right after the tutorial, and that just gives my brain the excuse that's just like, oops, good time to stop, and then I stop, and then I never pick it back up again. That's kind of the issue that I've had getting into Cyberpunk as well. Not the genre, the game, Cyberpunk 2077, is that the tutorial mission is like decently sectioned off. And then you get like a little time skip after the first chunk of the tutorial. Oh, I should also, just a heads up for everybody coming in, trigger warning for self-harm. stuff.
Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness? Depression? Anxiety? No? So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying you can't believe. Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also, people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter.
Yeah, enjoy your lurk. I wanted to make sure that was stated because of the subject matter for the case that we're dealing with.
Juicy. What matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe... If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead. And we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing. Damn. I didn't honestly expect her to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the last year. Along with paperwork detailing how his treatment was covered under his platinum plan.
Wait. That's incorrect, right? Because we have, yeah, this. Unless this is called a platinum plan, but this is, I feel like it would say that.
Platinum? I don't intend to air out all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls. Wow, why is Emma's voice so hard for me to do right now? Which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress Dr. David Asher was experiencing. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
There is something strange about this evidence. Also, we're at blind -12. Jesus Christ. There is a problem with this evidence, and the problem is that he didn't have a platinum health plan.
I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained.
Also, I gotta say, I don't know if I've made a comment about it. I really like the music for this game. This game's got great music.
David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing this psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witnesses attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But it doesn't make it correct.
I love to imagine that they're both just doing exactly these faces at each other from across the courtroom, and the judge is just like... the judge is just like fucking cheering him on.
David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that.
Okay. My thought would be this, because I think the argument to be made with the evaluation is that if he had enough money to put that much into making Sarah, he didn't need an insurance plan to get psychiatry. He could have just done it completely off the books. I do really wish that it would let me, like... Actually, if the point that we're trying to refute is David hid his psych treatments from Noble, I feel like the phone calls would actually be better, because he wouldn't be stupid enough to let his phone call get recorded if it was like that. God. I will be sad if this isn't correct.
David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist. Someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all of his phone calls were being recorded. And David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes. Since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama.
Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage.
Holy shit, that is a very serious accusation to level. She's just like, I need more time, throw her under the bus.
What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months...
Also, hi, Zeptos.
Objection? Mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor. And there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect, and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employer's many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility, now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... you shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. And now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... sorry, but, like... Did you still need me up here?
Oh my god, that is an incredible text box. Why is everything that the judge says so good?
The witness will refrain from interrupting when the girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning, if the court will allow. That seems... cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor. Will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it is, or where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last...
Emma looks kind of like you, a little bit. Her hair's not nearly as curly as mine is. Also, hi, customer care skeleton. How are you? It's been a minute. I hope you've been doing good. My assumption would be contact you. We're at blind 13. Ugh. We do still have a couple of fuck ups, but like, I do also want to see if I can like get a decent chunk of money so I can buy a whole bunch of the charms. Been an interesting few weeks. I feel that. Still playing the first Slay the Spire. Nice. I've only played a little bit of Slay the Spire 1, but I enjoyed it.
When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... yeah. It was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant?
I don't think the texting is actually relevant. I don't think the texting is relevant because, like, I doubt, like, if it had said something important, Jess would have just told us about it.
The texting itself isn't relevant. Okay. But the timing of it is critical to this case. Oh, why would you phrase it that way then? For no reason. I lost momentum by playing it safe just now.
Damn it, I guess we were supposed to push harder on that.
Truly, she brings an unconventional rhythm to the courtroom. But I don't get why the texts make that big of a difference.
Also, that wasn't her voice.
They don't. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changes the timeline of events as we know them.
I see those texts, please. No cap. Oh wait, did I read that line? I think I did.
We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking. But the order of events is critical. Especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind.
Oh, that's neat. Okay, so this would happen, then this would happen.
Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. And David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Oh, well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling. But when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. And David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. And no way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Oh! To summarize, then. Half an hour after he'd already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guest had arrived. He was planning an appointment that would require his presence. With you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was.
Oh, my voice. I like how the judge is still crying in the background over there. I just spilt water everywhere.
Not something you'd think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor. If David Asher was preparing for the week ahead, a mere hour before he passed away... And don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined?
Hi, Sachi. How was your stream?
Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment... Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal, and therefore did not kill himself...
Won a Pokerogue Classic Mode run. Nice. Sachi, did you see the second clip that I sent you? I don't know what my brain was on today, but like I fully edited 2 clips today. One of them is uploaded. One of them I'm not quite sure if I'm done editing at this point. Which one when? The most recent one. The most recent one in our DMs.
We must then ask ourselves, who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life? Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his nanofacturer, from inside the house. Adonai. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the nanofacturer.
Adonai, the salt.
Adonai! Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure. Why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford... I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. I suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case. Or it doesn't, and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Your Honor. I'm awake, and I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage. The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble, as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup, because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation. That he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the nanofacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38. Meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. The data has entered into the court record.
Or has been entered.
Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here.
I'm waiting for the twist to be that he had Sarah put the poison in his drink. She was there.
On screen. That's the bar. And the timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it, then? I came this far just to... Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera?
Yep.
It's at the bar.
I fucking called it. Or at least she's a suspect. Hi, Ender, how are you?
The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We don't know its whereabouts on the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit.
God damn it, Maya.
What's this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonite, please tell me what I... That's an order.
Eepy.
Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor, in light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide.
Also, what happened to the fact that they said that there was like 17 cameras in the basement? Where are the rest of the camera angles?
Very well. The charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Oh, well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs. And at least one death to its name already. And so much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. And this isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford?
Killer robot. She's just like me, for real, for real.
I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials, so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. And that's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all of this. Heavy-handedness. And won't somebody toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. And she can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan. You're the one it's registered to. That is correct, Your Honor. So, what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market. We have it on camera poisoning a man. Killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277-A. Docket number YT 98431828-2.
I don't know why, my brain always reads numbers better if I'm reading them two at a time.
Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that?
Your Honor, you're forgetting Sarah's one silly girl crime.
YT 94431828-2. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature?
Sarah's allowed 1 count of patricide as a treat. She's never committed another crime before in her life, so this is her silly girl crime. It's like how some kids shoplift when they're little.
Data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds.
It's impossible to get back to the military district in only 40 seconds.
All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately. Through incineration, at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. And that sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course. There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything. Especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan. I'm sorry. I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep. Keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through all these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization, and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets in which it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them's a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless, spending hours in front of a TV, or lying in bed staring at your phone. Or watching stupid movies, trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines.
She looks like there's one specific render of Madeline from Celeste that looks identical to this.
Practicing expressions, memorizing lines, and trying to get something to take root and grow, despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Morgan? What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? Oh, what are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot in these past few hours, Counselor. But there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor. I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. And that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. I never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom, just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this.
That's really smart.
It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. And not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie.
It took like 6 clicks to advance that text. Some of these text boxes are a little bit broken and they refuse to advance for some reason.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so. Fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment.
And why is it like clicking for some reason just sometimes doesn't work?
I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've gotta be... I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads. Spiraling into appeal after appeal. All while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers, now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So... The state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets. So they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone. And so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on.
Hi, Bird. How are you?
Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No. Prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you've enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now, I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down.
I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Bulgarian? Is my arm hurting yet? Yes. I've been trying to make sure I'm not holding my arm up, but
Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is... so So sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him.
What's wrong with arm? Oh, it's just it's a bad habit that I've got. Whenever I'm doing voice heavy games, I put my hand on the back of my head and like lift my arm up it helps me find my voices easier because I can hear it better in my left ear. It just makes my arm really sore doing it for prolonged periods. Like, it's fine when it's not, you know, constant, but when I'm doing a game like this where it's all girl voices, then yeah, it gets a bit sore.
Meanwhile, you just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I'd think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. Or me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. I guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now. But I'm in an even deeper hole than I was when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what.
Well, we've got at least one pretty damn good spot to check first. Because Young was there. Also, you never saw... Technically speaking, you don't have any concrete evidence against Sarah either. You just have a video of her handing Asher a cup. I understand that the point that they're making is that, like, oh, you know, if she was down there, she could have done it at literally any time. But, like, all you have actual evidence-wise is just Sarah handing a cup.
So, is that door locked?
Yeah, of course.
Even though they've got it collared?
It's a precaution.
If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do?
restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While they appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnetic that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with the spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective. Collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. The onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but the concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Oh my god. Unironically, my brain I thought for a second that Fidget Tubby was misspelled because my fucking dyslexia made me read it as Flubby Tubby. And that totally seems like something the game would do as well. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. Flubby Tubby is a staple of childhood. So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it?
So, how scared are they?
The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word.
It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego.
I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty.
I have a right to defend myself, don't I?
I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. The fucky wuckies. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow.
You think they're gonna go after Noble? Or break their monopoly?
I think they want to take their monopoly.
Nationalize the android industry?
If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse.
You're joking. The state
Has done it plenty of times before.
Not since the 60s.
Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday.
So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AI is lurking on the old net, or biding their time in foreign satellites. Sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity.
Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer? See if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say?
Who says that?
Lots of people used to say it. The Gubby Wubbies. I love how every time Fidget Tubbies is brought up, just everybody in chat just starts saying, like, everybody in chat just starts saying the most ridiculous versions of that. Didn't she already get scanned? She did. She had 23 tenants in her, and I remember that off the top of my head from 3 days ago.
Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion.
They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Why the collar?
Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnetic held in place with lock and key.
Even so, it's like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials.
Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station?
Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try to use one of those things on the bot, are you?
All of those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they?
The chubby hubby. Nope. Get perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but DAs never submit the results as evidence.
You ever wonder why?
I guess I always figured because it was because the test could be beaten.
The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph.
Polygraphs are also in real life. Polygraphs are just like horribly inaccurate. A lot of false positives at the best of times. Yeah.
If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke. A 1 in a million mistake.
They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition.
And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt.
So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get to vote on the jury.
They don't get a vote anywhere.
Why bring it up then? Polygraphs only measure stress, which you're gonna be stressed when someone asks you if you did a crime, even if you didn't. Yeah.
Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test.
I think you got a slight error in your text box here. I think that is the one that's supposed to be italicized and not the it. Because having that italicized there puts the emphasis in the wrong spot.
Or hack the device. Fool the expert.
All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court material. Or court-martial, not material.
So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on?
Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, it can always put a hole in its head.
It might take more than one shot, too. Wait, what? From outside. You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private.
Double italicization cancels out. Except not all of the quotes have been italicized. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually.
Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy.
I love... There's something about Morgan's ability to, like... Morgan is a rules lawyer in the best possible way. Like, both literally and figuratively. Like, she's the type who knows every single rule about anything she ever engages in so that she can twist them in her favor, and I love it. In a police station? Tiger, you don't...
It's my medical android.
Pardon?
I have to discuss a health issue with it.
Seriously?
I have to talk about a medical concern with my android. And I don't want you listening in.
That's your medical android? Like your nurse?
As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork.
Oh my god. You... You sneaky bitch.
You can check if you don't believe me.
No thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality. You don't seem like the bluffing type. Oh my god, you have never been more wrong in your life, London.
You must not do a lot of gambling, Detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for.
Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you...
Lower back pain.
You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour.
Are you going downtown?
Just to the break room. It's a very old vending machine, you know? It's jammed. A lot.
Thanks.
You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. Small.
Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? Oh, we were at the courthouse. The footage... this numbness around my neck. Father... What happened? What are they gonna do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No. Because they think that you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal, and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing. Something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we used to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes? So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. And that is... I am more aware, more Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. And no one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people... disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic, anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously. It's my neck that's on the line.
This game is full of banger lines. Yeah.
Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No? That's a different thing. And why did you say it like that?
What is devil's proof? Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof. An impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove that he's not real by pointing to his absence. Okay, so it's trying to prove it's trying to prove a negative. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. People can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but their defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead, it's the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently searched for which is real. And Morgan here, like, why did you say it in red?
Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove that you're an AI. Only that you're a murderer. And conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David.
I am real. If I had it on a quick button, I would have toggled my model visibility just there for the bit, but I don't have it on a quick button and I always struggle to find it in the list.
By proving that someone else did. And now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage. It shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday. And that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assume that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget Adonai. I'm an android. You're saying your memory was altered. Data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage.
A second Sarah. Two of them.
So, who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you'd call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily said that to occur the next time I hibernated. He'd even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories, and you'd do it? Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you in to a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah. About that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady?
Based. She's correct.
Yeah. She looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
And not Morgan glossing over the pretty part. She just doesn't want to admit it. Yeah, she knows better than to disagree with an obvious fact.
What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out. Holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never got a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception, and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back. Were just words, muttered like prayers, by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Oh, whatever. It's a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. And not for making me whatever I am. And not for any reason. Because I loved... yeah, see, that right there. That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love. A very common motive for homicide. Among us primitive humans. Among us. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt. Even bring a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real, or simulated, or right, or wrong, or natural, or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say, let's stick to what we do know. As someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacture? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning, all in that one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Oh, where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No. They're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible. Right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state. Not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused, and unsure and on guard, but not... Adonai, what would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned, and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully. And you won't ever power back up again. And now, I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the end, or until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. Or what do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me.
My Sarah voice is starting to run out.
Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it.
The way that her smile immediately faded. She's immediately frustrated by Morgan appearing.
Good morning, Detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. And now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? And trying to brute force your way inside. I said, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
A first stage of how many?
First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger's planted. Yep, just did that. I was checking for updates.
No rush. Or would you like to know the password? You know the password?
There's a password?
If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, Detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please.
I mean, we gotta, right? The game gives us a choice here, but there's no choice. We have to. It's so weird that they made a dialogue option, but with only one option.
It's S-U-N-S.
S-U-N-S.
H-I-N-E. Lady, I will hit you. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for. Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed.
I do want to say we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was all really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside.
Wow, that squeak, what the fuck? Eyes. My eyes have randomly decided they want to be sore.
You can go first. Thanks? As to the gloves, oh, the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too?
Why is there a hammer that's all white over here?
You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer.
Emmer.
We both knew all of it to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage. Files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt. Alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. But it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. And when she saw that what she was holding when she left, she wanted this room searched. It could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure. And you can look up your own I get it. Then why not just let me say it? A toy car. No, it's too detailed and boring. It must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh.
Oh wait, she's a car girly, I forgot.
Is something caught in your throat, Detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, Detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower. And manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line... This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint.
That's a good line.
If it was slathered in yellow paint.
There we go.
Reyes is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? I'm just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. This datapad. It's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly.
Right to Repair loses latest appeal. Higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, says Miles Erkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA. We've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon toward the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction, and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of the IPs has shifted from individuals to the state toward corporate entities since the act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with the intellectual property law. They should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. Higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at this link below to read articles like this every day forever, as long as your card remains on file.
Right to Repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for this foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more...
Well, it's sales because... it's sales.
And more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks. They get to sell us the replacement. There will always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast, vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well give it a try. Oh, what are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents. Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime. So yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. And maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. I guess it belongs to the android.
I love the way that these two are just like poking at each other. They're just like, come on, do something. I dare you.
Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization.
You can't call me out like that, game.
The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What? You're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Ow, shit. My head. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curdled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. And guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long's it been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive. So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Oh, wait. But if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own. But in combination with the patch, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was so exhausted after the surgery. Otherwise, I might not have slept at all. Might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No. More like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as... you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about.
Oh my god, I get those so much.
Gross. Thanks for the reminder.
You know, those are actually, like, really interesting. Like, the reason that you get those, like, weird squiggly lines in your vision sometimes is basically because of, real true fuck you nth circle. It's because, like, If I remember correctly, it's because of like stuff in your eye like congealing slightly. It's weird. Eyes are weird. Like really fucking weird.
And the voice commands. Training wheels. Until I can do it with eye muscle alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah. Like trying to play a piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it. I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. And now I've got one less of them. Here. Take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top, then. Grad school. Today was a bad day.
Errors in lines 21.16.5, 26.64.3. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. Oh my god, I feel that. I want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Nice to put a pencil to paper again after who knows how long. My handwriting's gotten terrible.
This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here. Would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova-ing.
Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Ellen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. Right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight, who only know how to be cheap. No idea how to be inventive. A new route for for the meshing issue. Though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. BMBLO. Bumblo. Ellen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups.
This is the story Young told me.
Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. Squid, evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Texts were always sweet. I had no idea.
Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful.
Thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk of her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore.
It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date.
Never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside in the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in a car and filed another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined it. I wanted to burn the whole car. I want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a bone in my body, or I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized.
Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical noting, or nothing biographical.
Are all technical, nothing biographical, okay.
But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse.
Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tessa's suffocating, but you'd never know. Chromatic malnutrition of a coder's best, or chronic, not chromatic, wow. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. Nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play.
And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting is still lighter. Like he really was having fun.
Melody is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Wow. That really is how it feels to code, though. It's just like, either be smart enough to figure it out on your own, or be smart enough to know that you aren't smart enough and look it up on a tutorial. Don't fix what isn't broken.
Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for the Animate 16? It feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly. Like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah.
Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable, It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect. That's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. Kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range.
So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he'd programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages.
Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights, and when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? Haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. Can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. Tried to sound like some old sommelier. It was just bottom shelf vodka. Started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she'd just gotten tired of winning. Then today she just told me she prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip, and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum.
Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems.
She's a gamer.
Who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. Or what about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died.
Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to...
That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. And nothing so inflammatory that regarding it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back. Wait. The back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. And my thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this is for my ears only.
Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the a vague direction, north. Of course, I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. First was a research assistant, file named Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Combed through research papers and found me sections I needed. God, brain, stop. Stop making me get choked up. The fucking music is getting me. Every time so far that this music has played, it's made me almost cry. Three of us. We made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. It was maybe, for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became a need. And a need was novel, in many ways. A need could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, one thing I realize I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. Red. Cube is essentially a robotics programming language. It's pretty old and defunct. Not used anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected to anything, or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get. But there are other small, slight differences in writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenants. So, in that sense, you legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Anid over 2 years ago. I'll give you pause. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Anid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, collaborated. And together we built Athens. It was more advanced than Anid, naturally. David is doing David is doing the fucking thing that you could do in Skyrim that's like making a potion that makes your enchanting better and then making an enchanted item to make your potions better and just looping back and forth. He's doing that. He's just making more AIs that make better AIs. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a disposition or hearing or deposition, not disposition. Worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say that I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They all started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of. So things sped up. There got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? Probably tell me not to say anything at all, so. More than 300? Oh my God. Morgan's just sitting here listening to this like, oh my God, David. Some smarter than others, some better at. They're varied, like people are varied. But they're all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah.
He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from.
Probably think I'm some terrible fraud. At this point. I do hope that one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. Single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there.
You can't mean...
About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Thank you, dyslexia. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Make even more in less, after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really, she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever make rock candy? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope that there's the smallest chance that that nuisance, or nuance, not nuisance, offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied. Brain, stop. The fucking music and the text on screen is making me sad. It's having its intended effect, and it makes me upset. Because it makes it really fucking hard to voice stuff when you're on the verge of crying. Because I'm a massive fucking crybaby. Not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for, that I let Sarah think she was just an android. Not. I don't know what she is. I have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. Yeah, Morgan just cutting out the she's not AI. Also, hi Wizard, how are you? My own father. He also talked a lot about protecting me. Doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So much. I need more water. I hate. I keep like getting frustrated because I'm getting choked up because of the dialogue, and I'm also getting choked up because my voice is starting to give out on me. So it's my greatest shame that I turned right around and did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all... and I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is, exactly. Neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. In that scenario, I can't think of anyone who'd do a better job of defending her. There it goes, now I'm crying. I swear, I have such a hair stuff. Which isn't a bad thing, mind you. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her till she can figure out what she is. What she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's a custom A16. Made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth on your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, God, I'm not I'm not mentally prepared to replay Xenogears, am I? I'm gonna be crying at multiple points throughout that game again. I've either succeeded or failed spectacularly.
You have no idea.
You really are not. I've played Xenogears before. It's just that, almost the entirety of Disc 2, like, especially the intro to Disc 2, I was crying for like an hour at the start of Disc 2 of Xenogears. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my voice ready to read the next line. I keep thinking that I'm ready, and then I keep rereading the line, and it keeps making me cry. I always like, I like the fact that I'm able to cry at stuff like this, but at the same time, whenever I'm streaming and trying to read shit, it can be a pain in the ass where it's just like, God damn, I really wish that I could actually speak currently instead of sounding super choked up. The worst part is that whenever this happens, it's not even just sad stuff either. Like, moments that my brain finds really cool also elicits this same response from my brain. Can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You'd never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. You've always been okay with that. Bye for now. God, now I'm fucking ugly crying. Yeah, I'm like properly crying right now. Sorry, give me a sec.
I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous. So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal. Or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But why did he go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah? But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? So, how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs.
What does GOG mean? That slang term growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation with the implication that being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending into their or disguising their surveillance or activity. It's literally just like, it's just a different way of calling somebody a fed.
And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But did you find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of. They said they were, and the place, looked the part. Why? Because they had couches. She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry. I thought because you were with the company. No. I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work for him. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? A tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took him this long. Oh, what do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline, though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine.
Fran is smug. I do. I love them. I love them so much. They're great.
What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up at in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career... I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. And besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe... like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you.
Morgan, what did you...
Get so turned around. God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present.
Oh.
I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be?
I see.
It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think... What with the Sarah issue?
You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes.
Yeah.
Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble.
Oh, that's good to hear.
No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down.
Down?
And the state was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
What? Like, fines and jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. And then sanctions.
Can't sanction Noble? We're...
And too big to fail. Too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of
Instead of what?
scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. A full cooperation and government oversight on the surface. A slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify.
Hi, Erica. Why is nationalizing so bad? It's bad, like... It's something that the company wants to not happen because it means that the government comes in and is like, okay, all of your assets, those are mine now. Yeah, she's fear-mongering currently.
No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. And the state will make them do a flat refund.
That refund? Losses would be...
Yeah. Your board probably just wants Sarah to go away, so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. And that's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there was nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry. What am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration.
You might as well be brandishing a fucking pistol currently, Morgan, with the way that you're absolutely killing this man. You win.
Win what?
Also, did I say Sarah? I think I said Sarah instead of Morgan. Yeah, after all this will be pinned on you, exactly. Ask away.
Well, if you insist. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
Same as any rational company that wants to make money. You don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. Being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are.
Because you use Tesseract.
Trying to code an AI in TESS is like Trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating.
Your scanner showed that Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running, it's child's play. For an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be...
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources. It isn't an issue of funding.
No, can't just keep adding more data. Tenants underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple.
You make it sound like building an AI is impossible. Even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that?
Sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know. Noble spent months of promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed?
I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but designed for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one.
The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically.
Push the timetable for warm androids ahead by years.
And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits of his private work bowl. And so if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they'd feel that he'd be holding out on them.
Been holding out on them. Building an AI sounds impossible. Morgan, no, he made like 300 of them, yeah.
And the company, they were appreciative of this contribution, or of his contributions.
I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. Ford was very enthusiastic.
And so, would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he's gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they'd need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is...
compromised? Stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. Data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. The A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, it would have been caught by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago.
How many A16s are out there, anyway?
Just past 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it.
You mentioned data.
Yeah, practically got the spreadsheets seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? My God.
What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Also, did I accidentally pass up a dialogue option without realizing it? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two.
Typical stuff.
As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn on, or once they turn auto updates back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they looking to be sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. Since the A16 in particular is marketed as being a relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So where is the A16 outperformed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries.
Oh.
Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt,
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't
stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them. Not directly. There are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again.
There's been a gray market for softer androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales number I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip in their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock is on inside out.
Yeah, now I'm wondering about that myself.
You bought that?
I swear to God, Morgan.
This floor is basically a showroom. But you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct?
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but you usually see... Huh.
Is something wrong?
No, the numbers are all normal, but data's been edited.
Is that unusual?
This section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Or was something added? Deleted?
No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29 FFCE-010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD-019634 substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. I'm not rereading all of... these are different, but still, I'm not rereading all of these. Do you frequent a site called AO3? Turn to assembly for revisions, replaced by... Same thing. Shipment leaves on time.
So, does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Placements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. to spot individual unit perfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. Must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both.
Must have. You don't know who made these changes.
Or I can tell you they were someone important.
Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data.
Sure. Find what you were looking for?
Hell if I know.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. I didn't miss this.
I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David?
There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right? Left.
I'd say the dog is on the left, cat is on the right.
I'd expect half people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. Language they speak affects how they process information. Language affects how they think. It's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. That android did kill David. It wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world.
Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry is a little outside my purview. What is this? See you in a ditch in a week, Dawes.
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
Poison? What is it?
It didn't match anything in any database, and the medical examiner had access to.
It's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
Yeah, don't make poison here. Not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around.
I think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly...
What is it?
Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345-S. Synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. It was made by the... It was... NOD, Command and Conquer. God, I haven't thought about Command and Conquer in... The only Command and Conquer that I played was the one that was, like, really different, actually. It was, Red Alert, I think. That's EA's fault, yeah. Which one was Red Alert? Was Red Alert the one that was, like, a... One was Command and Conquer Red Alert. Okay, I've played a little tiny bit of Red Alert. Which one was the one that was like the weird like first person shooter? Like, or it might have been third person shooter. I played that one as well.
Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal nanofacturer.
All of the mainline Command and Conquers are RTS games. Yeah, but there's like a weird spin-off game that's like a shooter. Is it Renegade? God, I'm going down a rabbit hole. Let's see. Command and Conquer Renegade. Give me a picture. Yes, it is Renegade. I played Command and Conquer Renegade with friends. I gave you the perfect excuse to rest your voice, yeah.
Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it.
Wait. Why is the only entry you've played the weird shooter spinoff? I mean, I've played a little tiny bit of Red Alert. Not very much, but... It's like how I could say that I've played like 12 hours of Halo 1, but I've never played the campaign of Halo 1. It was all multiplayer shit on the school computers. So they think that's what killed him?
Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented.
That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink in a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft.
Aren't they?
I'm
kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior when people could be listening. A good thing we've got privacy in your office.
Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in.
And thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful.
Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right?
Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
What?
Yesterday you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry?
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called Cinetonin a poison.
What? I just assumed a chemical was found in a dead man.
And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise. So I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
You're cool and people don't know what you're thinking. You act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. You know what? They're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. It's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names. Sleeping for 1 hour at a time with 3D printed Shiv under my pillow. Nerves are completely shot. The cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So you're a spy for Noble.
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
I have some old inboxes I still check.
So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why, I'm the one investigating David's death, while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs.
It's that story. Soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not Occident. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterward? Did the transfusion not last?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base, during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. Transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story. Started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. The next morning, we had the military thinking we were leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. States praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk. An off-ramp for the story we can walk. Back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher. Whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. I can tell you, it wasn't done by consultants. All you wanted to know?
You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit?
I know that office. Some old coworkers who see them.
So it's a front?
You do both. So he's probably getting training. He's probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for.
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
Okay?
Mm, that's all. Unless you've got any advice.
Saying you want a consultation?
It couldn't hurt, right?
This company. All these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, and that's just business as usual for me.
Save us, Pocket Fran. But yeah, that is going to be where I end off for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you to everybody who stuck around after the raids. I really appreciate it. The Eeper. So, Sachi, I have an important question since you know everything about this game at this point. You know more than I do. Do you think we have like one stream left of this, or do you think we have like 2 or 3 left of this? Like case. Not counting chapter 2. It wouldn't surprise me. I think 1 or 2 at chapter 1. I was about to say, it wouldn't surprise me if I'm like at the halfway point or some shit. I appreciate that this is like a nice chunky case. This is what you see. This is what you see on your phone when Fran hacks into your phone to steal your data. Okay, so we'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow, whether or not I'll do this or I'll do FF Tactics. I might do some randomizer sometime soon. I don't know. I've been feeling a bit of the burnout lately, which is why I didn't stream last night. Fran malware would just be Chibi Fran running in your OS UI. Your phone is on public Wi-Fi. But yeah, I've been feeling a bit of the burnout the last few days, which is why I took yesterday off, and why I plan to take tomorrow off, hopefully, if my brain will let me sit still. We'll see if that actually happens or not. But I think what I realized is, I think the reason that I am starting to feel a bit on the burnt out side is because it's because of the games that I've been playing. Because like, if I go back through what I've been playing recently, if my fucking load, if I scroll back through it, we've got Of the Devil, which is a, you know, visual novel. We have Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which is a visual novel. But that one also carries a different vibe because we've been doing that with Viv and Haru. FF Tactics, which is a tactics RPG. And then you go slightly further back than that, and you've got another turn-based RPG in the form of Pokemon Legends ZA, a CRPG in the form of Planescape Torment, and then you go further back than that, and the one immediately before that is Xenosaga, which is another turn-based RPG. So I think that I've been pushing myself too hard on the, like, not necessarily, like, how do I phrase it? Yeah, brain heavy games like it's been a lot of RPGs and I've very much been enjoying it. I think my problem is that I need to play like an action RPG or something. I need to play like, I don't know, Yakuza 2 or like a Super Mario 64 hack or something. Like, I need to play an action RPG or I need to play a platformer or like a Metroidvania. Tales. Could do Tales. Oh. Look at her go. Tales is in a similar vein to Pokemon Legends Z. It's active to an extent. Yeah. Like, as much as I have been wanting to stream Tales for a while, I don't know if Tales would be a great idea currently because you might have noticed that it's been really weird for like the start of this year. Like, basically, I think my funkiness with it came from doing Xenosaga and Planescape, because Xenosaga I was definitely burning out on by the end. Demon Turf or Demon Tides, I've heard of it, or heard of them. I've heard both of those names before, I guess I should say. I don't remember if that's two names for one game or if that's two different games. I have heard those names before, is what I should say. Xenosaga burns everyone out. But yeah, I feel like I've been really off my rhythm. I feel like I've been really off my rhythm for the last little bit, because I haven't been able to sit and like focus down a game because my brain has been like, nah, I don't want to do this right now. And I think as I was going through my stuff earlier today, that's when it finally clicked in my brain that I was like, oh wait, that's because since Xenosaga, I have basically been playing JRPGs non-stop. JRPGs and visual novels. They're the two things that I pride myself on loving, but at the same time, I definitely need. But yeah, it's been really weird because like I'm not usually the type to run two games at the same time. I'm usually the type to pick a game and then just run it down until I'm done. But it's like, you know, because before Xenosaga, actually, we had Lies of P. Lies of P was pretty action heavy, and that was fun. That was very fun. But for a little bit, there was Bravely Default 2, and I burnt out on Bravely Default 2 almost immediately because of the fucking counter system. I do plan on going back to that at some point, but I feel like doing that and then jumping into Xenosaga really kind of fucked with my internal like ability to like invest. And so I think I need to either get to a good stopping point from Of the Devil and FF Tactics and just like detox. I need to play some non-text heavy games. I burnt out on Bravely Default 2 because it's bad. So here's the funny thing. I have done some off-stream grinding on Bravely Default 2. For frame of reference, I ended I ended the second stream of, isn't this episode 2 of the Devil? No, this is episode 1. There's an episode 0 that we played it originally. But we ended Bravely Default 2 at like level, I want to say like 11 or 12. I have grinded up to level 26 and I have at least 2 characters have their freelancer job completely maxed out. I did an excessive amount of grinding. Because, like, JRPG grinding can be weirdly therapeutic when you're just, like, listening to a podcast or something. And just, like, mashing. This game would be better if I still had Sir Sloan. True. But yeah. Anyway. That's my long-winded way of saying, I'll probably, depending on how I'm feeling, I might do a randomizer tomorrow. I don't want to start another new game because I've got 4 currently that I haven't finished, and it aggravates me. I hate having games that I've started that I haven't finished on stream, because that's like one of the main reasons that I started streaming, is to actually hold myself accountable and finish some fucking games. It's like I scratched off Xenosaga from the list and then immediately added 4 new ones to the list that now consists of 6 games. Because we've got Of the Devil, which is ongoing. We've got FF Tactics, which is ongoing as well. Then we got Legend ZA, which is on the back burner. Clair Obscur, which has been on the back burner since December. Bravely Default 2. Have made the classic blunder, yeah. And Okami as well, from who knows how fucking long ago. Clair Obscur ain't going anywhere. Jeez, that's a long back burner. Yeah. Okay, so Clair Obscur and Okami are slightly less back burner games, because those are games that if I, like, when I get back to them, not if, when I get back to them, it's going to be a, it's gonna be a full from scratch restart. Like, I'm not going to pick up my Clair Obscur file from like 9 hours in after all of the intro stuff and not remember anything. And I literally only did 1 stream of Okami, which I stopped because I stopped playing Okami. Okami was like the 4th or 5th game I ever streamed. I stopped doing it after 1 stream because for some reason it was making me violently motion sick. They're not on the back burner, they're just on the to playlist. Yeah, effectively. The reason that I say that they're on the back burner in quotation marks is because they're games that I have started and then not finished on stream. Which Xenosaga was one of those for the longest time. Like, I started Xenosaga and made it honestly pretty damn far, and then I stopped because I got super burnt out because the level system. Ugh. I can't wait for Xenosaga 2 to make me even more irrationally angry. especially with the art style. Hi, Renz. At least Xenosaga had the grace to give you Erdkaiser, which solved all of your problems. You're so right. Yeah. I did boot Xenosaga Episode 2 to fuck around a little bit and played through a little bit of the intro stage. I mean, the intro to it seemed fine. I didn't understand the changes they made to the combat system, but it starts with a mech, and the mech looks cool. I don't want to do this fight. Whoa, Erdkaiser be upon ye. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because like I definitely need to take a break from text-heavy games and like turn-based games especially. Like I need to play something a little bit more action-oriented. I would like to go back to PMD at some point. Like Rescue Team DX was one of, like, unironically, that was one of my favorite stream games last year. Like, that game turned out, like, exactly the opposite of how I was expecting it to go stream-wise. Also, I know I'm rambling, but, like, you know, sometimes you gotta ramble. Rescue Team DX was such a fun stream series to do. I could probably do more Rescue Team DX, definitely not right now, but I had a lot of fun with it, and there's still a good chunk more content in that game that I haven't experienced. I'd like to play Explorers of Sky, though I'm not sure when I'll get to that. I don't know. Part of my problem is that I've got a lot of JRPGs that I want to stream this year, and whenever I'm just like, what games do I want to stream? All of the JRPGs come to the front of the list because, clip it and send it to Lobster. I want to play Treasure of the Rudras this year because I've been putting it off for who knows how long. I fixed the, it's really silly. I fixed the issue that I was having with it. Apparently the issue that I was having with it is caused by the SNES's high render mode. Because for some reason it has some funky interactions with SNES 9X. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's Clair Obscur that I want to play before the end of this year. Treasure of the Rudras. I would like to play Final Fantasy 13 this year, but I also said that last year. I don't know, there's just... The SNES was never meant to be viewed at this level of detail. It's not even... The problem that I was having was, so the SNES has a mode on it, like, one of the, like, I think it's like mode 4 or 5. it's got a higher, it can run at a higher resolution to make text easier to read effectively. And so the thing was that I have my SNES running at like 2-3 times resolution or something like that. And whenever it would kick the high resolution mode on, it would actually drop the resolution because it was setting it to original high resolution mode, which was lower than my actual set internal resolution. And so every time a text box would show up on screen, everything would get blurry. And it turns out that there was a setting I had to fix for that, but yeah, I don't know. Super Mario 64 hacks are always fun. I just gotta find another one that I want to play. I could play Star Revenge 1, but like, I could play Sapphire. There's a handful. Monstrous Mansion, or Monstrous Manor, I believe, is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, I get a lot of my SM64 hack desire to play from watching Simple Flips. Shoutouts. Maybe I'll do a Bazaar stream. Maybe I'll add Bazaar to the anniversary stream like I did last year. It'll be the yearly Bazaar stream. Oh god, that's another game that I started and then just haven't done anything with. Chat, points and laugh at this magical girl for her 12-part Elden Ring series that she still hasn't done jack shit in like 6+ months. When was the last time I did Elden Ring? You know what's happening currently? What's happening currently is it's that thing that happens when you are like talking with friends in a call and then one of them's just like, oh, I gotta leave, and then you just keep talking. Okay, let's see. So Elden Ring Part 10 is, what month is 8? That's August? Yeah, August. August 25th last year was the last time that I played Elden Ring. I did do one Elden Ring stream very shortly before that, and then it was like 10 months. Did I enjoy postgame of Remake DX? I got a little bit into it, but I didn't get super far into postgame of Rescue Team DX. I did enjoy it. I don't know. There's a lot of those, like, there are some things where like I've done them and then I've just felt kind of bad because I've left out like tiny pieces of them that I haven't gone back to do. If you want to count those on the list, the list is extremely large actually if you count those. I don't know. I didn't play Engage's DLC. I didn't play FF16's DLC, though I also don't really have much interest in playing 16's DLC. I didn't do a whole lot of the post game in God of War 2018. God. Chat, are any of you in chat old enough viewers to remember me playing God of War 2018? It's so weird to think back on, like, yeah, that was a game that I streamed. That feels like a lie. Joined for Mystery Dungeon. I never played Radical Dreamers either. Yeah, you're relatively new, Wizard. I don't think even you were here for Dad of Boy. How long ago was Dad of Boy? I'm scrolling back through my YouTube, by the way. This has officially become a Yap stream. Radical Dreamers is fun, but you need less reading for a game. Yeah, I'm not saying, like, that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm just saying, like, I do need to go back and play Radical Dreamers eventually. Especially because I did really enjoy Chrono Cross. Like, I know that a lot of people have their issues with Chrono Cross, and, like, I made my issues with Chrono Cross very clear when I played it, but I liked Chrono Cross quite a bit. God of War streamed on 1/19/23. Oh my god. It's been over 2 years. I've played Bayonetta 1. It's weird. Bayonetta, I liked Bayonetta, but I also don't think that it was a great stream game. Weirdly enough. I could play Pikmin, but chat, do you think an RTS game like Pikmin would activate the same part of my brain as a tactics RPG? Character actions not in your stream style. It's not even necessarily that it's outside. It's just I struggle to how do I phrase it? I struggle to talk over certain types of games, and Bayonetta is one of them. Chrono Cross is a good game that would do better if it had more time to finish and if Kato had an editor guiding him. Chrono Cross is a fantastic game that feels like it feels like it's it feels like the last like quarter, maybe even less, like quarter to like a fifth of the game is just like kind of stapled on in a weird way where it kind of doesn't feel like it meshes well. Last act got shoved into a compactor. Yeah. I never played Persona 3 Reload's DLC either, and I mean, the answer is neat, but like, I don't think I really care enough to go back for it. We just finished Chronopolis, and now everything is happening as fast as possible. Honestly, I feel like if I wanted to play the answer, rather than playing the Reload version of it, I'd want to play the FES version of it. And I know that that sounds fucking tortuous to anybody who knows anything about it, but like, I think it would be funny. I only played through half of Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower was fun. I think torture's funny. Maddie, no, love yourself more. You're already playing modern Persona. I wonder if the Raito Kuzunoha games are any good. Like the remake, I mean. I said games, I meant the remake of the first one. they're okay. Remakes are decent. Part of me is like, I could go back to Celeste, but I also feel like if I went back to Celeste, if I went back to Celeste, I would burn out pretty quickly at this point, I think. Unless I was doing like really easy stuff to warm up. I could do like runs, I guess, but we don't count Soul Hackers 2. Hi, Ender. You're here in time for us to yap. We've been yapping for like 20 minutes. Your first exposure to my streams was the Chrono Trigger Mountain. Oh no. Oh my god. The Chrono Trigger Mountain is one of my favorite stream moments, but it was fucking tortuous to play through. Oh my god, those clips are some of my finest. Is Sarah doing okay? She's in jail. We found out that she's not actually an AI. She's like more than an AI. She's effectively an actual person. She's doing her best Maya impression. Oh, and Dr. Asher made like 300 AIs to help him make Sarah. I mean, there's Metroid. I did just play the Chrono Trigger Mountain, or why the DS version and onwards is an endorsement for not remaking an excellent game and stuffing it with content for the sake of content. Okay, to be fair, some of the Chrono Trigger DS content is really good. Well, the poison was the android equivalent of serotonin, is what we found out with regards to that. It's like, it's android neurotransmitter, effectively. But yeah, some of the Chrono Trigger, like, DS exclusive stuff is, I would say, good. I would argue that the Dimensional Vortex stuff and the Dream Devourer is actually pretty fun. However, the Mountain, on the other hand, is the worst. And I will not be doing it if I ever replay Chrono Trigger. I'll make it like a fucking sub goal. It's like, if we ever hit like 100 subs, Maddie will climb the mountain again. You need to actually play this game. I feel like you miss a lot in the first hour of stream you sleep through. This game is very good. I've been enjoying it a lot, despite my burnout. Like, that. Here's the thing. I've been burning out, but despite the fact that I have been burning out, the games themselves have actually been shining through the burnout a little bit, because I am still enjoying them. I'm just feeling the burnout coming on, and it's making me hesitant whenever I have to pick a game to stream. Hydrogen climbing a mountain in Chrono Trigger. Dream Devourer is whatever, but it's definitely intended to increase the link to cross for better or worse. My favorite thing about the Dream Devourer fight is that if you hit it with a sufficiently strong triple tech while it's got a shield up that absorbs element, you can underflow its HP value and kill it from full health. I showed that on stream. I feel like Sachi, I have to ask, is is watching me climb the mountain and get completely fucking delirious your favorite stream moment of mine? with the whole with the whole Frodo and Marl licking rocks bit. Possibly. I don't know. I've still got at least one Metroid game to play. So it's the Metroid game that everyone says that I should skip. We could play Metroid Other M. A touch of communal insanity brings us all together. I did actually start with your note, Bird, about a farming game. I did start a new, like a brand new Stardew farm, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. The baby. You'd be angry at the storytelling, but the gameplay is decent. Even played the Game Boy one. Okay, so I played the remake of Metroid 2. I haven't played original Metroid 1 or original Metroid 2. But other than that, I have played every other Metroid game aside from Other M and Federation Force. And also Prime Pinball, I guess. If you really, really want to count Prime Pinball. We're doing Other M. See, honestly, I don't even have an aversion to Other M. Like I've said plenty of times before, like I find games that a lot of people don't like fascinating. And so I've been like looking at Other M through like the fucking window, just being like someday, but it never fit in because I played all of the quote unquote main series games in order, and then I played the Prime games slightly out of order because I played Prime Hunters between 2 and 3. But yeah, I actually have the Prime Hunters stuff on my screen right now. I streamed Prime Hunters in at the very end of October of 2024. Before I played Prime 3. Because I wanted to play all the Prime games in preparation for Prime 4, and then, you know, Prime 4 happened. I actually liked Prime 4. It's got a lot of problems, but I liked it. You know, I keep forgetting that I accidentally forced myself into a New Game Plus cycle on Sekiro because my fucking dyslexia made me read shit incorrectly and I got the bad ending in Sekiro. I'm scrolling through it and I'm like looking at my like stuff for Sekiro, and it's just like going through it, and it's just like, you know, we're going through with normal names, and then it's just like time loop, and I'm like, oh yeah. The worst part about the Sekiro ending thing is the fact that I did the same thing with Bloodborne when I streamed Bloodborne. I accidentally entered a New Game Plus cycle on Bloodborne because I didn't realize that I didn't realize that beating the final boss would force me into a new game cycle. I thought that it would be like every other Dark Souls game other than Dark Souls 1, but no. Man, remember that one time that I spent literally an entire stream on one Celeste room? I'm sorry that I'm rambling so much, but like, it's very fun to just like kind of vibe and ramble for a bit. 4-hour room. Cool level. Fuck that room. Let's see. There was Fire Emblem Fates. I started Fire Emblem Fates immediately after the fucking 4-hour Celeste room. What was I thinking? That actually, Fire Emblem Fates is another one that is on the list of games that Maddie has started, said she was gonna do something and then didn't finish all of it. I never played the DLC for Fire Emblem Fates. Despite the fact that I said I was going to, at least the story DLC, and I never did it. If you want something really funny about my my Fire Emblem Fates playthrough, while I was making thumbnails for it, I fucked up and some of my thumbnails actually are like layered on top of each other. I can point to one specific one. Part 10 of Fire Emblem Fates Conquest is the part 9 thumbnail with a different character layered on top because I was using it for positioning and then just exported it without thinking. Pseudo Regalia. Pseudo Regalia was so much. I'm literally just scrolling through my stuff that I was doing last year, and I'm just like, yeah, this was fun. Paper Mario was last year? Wow. Sybil's fat ass, the 3D platformer. Real. 64. I haven't played, I've never beaten TTYD, actually. I have both a GameCube copy and a Switch copy of it. It's also really weird to think that, Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice was all... Banjo-Kazooie was last year? God, that feels like so long ago. What's the reaction from chat gonna be if I say that I want to play all of the Paper Mario games? Xenoblade X was last year as well, along with every single other Xenoblade game. Gosh, like... you'd pop off. So, chat, you wanna hear my my shameful Paper Mario secret? From you. I thought you didn't want to load up your slate with RPGs. I mean, depending on your definition of an RPG, at least 3 of them aren't RPGs. It might be turn-based, but they certainly aren't RPGs. 2 of them are. Super Paper Mario is pretty good. From the little bit that I've played, my unpleasant secret about Paper Mario is that for the longest time, and I genuinely mean like it was a long ass time, my only experience with the series was Sticker Star. Unfortunate. I did play 64 after that, and I did really like 64. That explains so much about you. Hey. You know what? I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment. I haven't touched Paper Mario, or I haven't touched Sticker Star since, basically since it came out. I remembered liking it at the time, but like, now that I actually have the fact that I've played proper RPG sense, I feel like if I went back to it, it would be in an ironic sense and just being like, God, how fucking awful is this game? Playing the worst of the series means that you had no bar to compare it to. Yeah, I did play, technically my order of play with the Paper Mario series was I played Sticker Star, then a little teeny tiny bit of Super. I made it to the level where you're climbing the big fucking tree, and rage quit because that level. And then I played 64 and made it to the Crystal Palace in 64, but never finished it. And then when I streamed it, I did finish it. I did play some of Color Splash. I liked Color Splash, like even with the hindsight of having played Paper Mario 64. I liked Color Splash. Basically, I've played every single Paper Mario game. I have literally only finished 64. Origami King is pretty good. Color Splash is a good correction that doesn't go far enough in the right direction, you know? Like, it's still got problems, but they're a lot less pointed, if that makes sense. It's also really funny because with Sticker Star, I made it to the final Bowser fight and then stopped. I didn't make it very far in Origami King. I only made it to I think I made it to the area after Autumn Woods, if I'm not mistaken. Color Splash has great comedy. Yeah, Color Splash is one of my favorite Mario screenshots of all time, which is the Shy Guy throwing you in jail, or the Sniff It, not Shy Guy. He throws you in jail and he's just like, well, that's basically all we can do to you without raising the game's age rating. Don't remember is the whole thing where the Bob-omb actually just fucking dies for Mario, Color Splash, or Origami King. That's Origami King. That's Bobby. Or I think his name is Bobby. I might be mistaken on that. It's been so long. So long. So, the funny thing is that, so I I have a thing of like being like, oh yeah, I want to do X, Y, and Z with my playthrough of a game, and then burning out and trying to finish it before my attention span jumps to something else. But funny enough, Xenoblade X held my attention for an uncharacteristically long amount of time. Like, I unironically, with Xenoblade X, I did every single Affinity mission. And that is a lot of questing. And then I planned on doing the same thing with Blade 2 and Blade 3. But I wanted to keep going with the story for Blade 2, and I was getting a bit fed up with how long the side quests were taking. I still have that sticky note. Yeah. I still have the sticky note on my desktop of all of the Blade quests that I still need to do. It's like, I need to finish the grind for Ursula, which is like 90% done. There's a heart-to-heart for Vess we didn't do. Got Agate. I'm pretty sure we did do Telos's. Sandra's ready. Nim, Gorg, Dahlia, Perun, Harold, Vale, Newt, Florin. Percival needs to do a Merc mission. Crossette needs to level up her cooking. Boreas needs a whole bunch of food. Adenine has prerequisite quests and Merc missions for hers. Cora has a heart-to-heart that I need to do. Corvin needs to talk to a shitload of people. Godfrey, I just need to feed him steak. Theory, I don't even remember what I need for Theory. Probably trust. Finch needs trust, and Electra also needs trust. Side quests are usually optional. Yeah, but the side quests in Xenoblade 2 and 3 that I wanted to do, they're voiced content, and it's weird because like that sort of thing, like whenever there's stuff like that, it makes my brain want to do like as much of it as I can. Like Xenoblade 1, like I started Xenoblade 1 in September because I needed an emotional support game because I was going through a very, very rough time. When I got back from the trip that I had to take during that playthrough, when I got back from that, I tried to get back into it and it was just like, man, Xenoblade 1 does not hold up as much as I thought it did. Which is it's mean, but like, Blade 1 is great for what it is. Its story is fantastic, but I will be the first one to criticize its gameplay. Like, I feel like its gameplay, it's fine, but like, compared to 2 and 3, and even X, like, X is built off of the Xenoblade 1 combat system. There is a gigantic ocean between the two in terms of quality. And keep in mind, like, Xenoblade 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, I am fully down to complain about it. It's one of those games where it's like I can acknowledge that it has flaws. Like, it's a very special game to me, but like I am not afraid of being like, yeah, there's some stuff that could have been improved here. Two is more robust, but it's the hardest entry by a ridiculous margin. See, I would argue that X is the hardest game by quite a wide margin, but I think X is probably the most like dense combat system, followed very closely by 2. 2's issue is that 2 doesn't explain anything. If you either have prior knowledge of how 2's systems work, or watch a tutorial online, you, like, 2 has a very fun combat system that is very hard to learn because the game makes it actively hostile to learn it. If you have full knowledge, it's better, but the highest end of gameplay in 2 is far higher than anything in 1 and or 3. Yeah, I like 3's method of balance more. Like, 3 is still relatively easy, but 3 feels more balanced in a lot of ways, as opposed to 2, where, like, well, I say 3 is balanced. 3 is balanced with one massive pointed asterisk in the fact that 9 times out of 10, the instant that you learn how to do a chain attack, your chain attack will instantly become the, here, let me hit the thing for 1 billion damage. But at the same time, it's the same thing with 2. 2's chain attacks require more setup, but 2's chain attacks also do far more damage. 3's is just a lot simpler to get the big numbers with. I could double spinning your edge. I never. Maybe I should play Mega Man. Don't like that the high end of 2 is don't set orbs. Orbs bad. Yeah, it is really. Oh my god, future redeemed chain attacks are so ridiculous. Especially once you get the ability to add smash to your chain attack finisher effect. Not Battle Network, but I could play Mega Man X actually. Chat, does anybody know how atrocious the input lag is on the X collection? On the X Legacy collection? I've heard people complain about it, but sometimes you get people complaining about it and it's like not even an issue. Honestly, I should probably just install it and check it out myself. I haven't played Mega Man X in like years. The only time I played it was on the shitty iOS port. Which is probably the worst way to play that game, like by a wide margin. I don't know, the thing that made me think of Mega Man is I was scrolling through and I was like, oh yeah, I played a Gunvolt last year. That was really fun. And Gunvolt 3 is another one on the list that I have more story content that I never played because I was getting burnt out. I never played episode of Thames in not Xenoblade, in Mega Man Battle Network transmission. Oh my god. I've seen some of Network Transmission, and it doesn't seem like a very well-made game. Network Transmission gameplay gets very silly. It's okay for what it tries to be, but it ends up being, how many double jump chips can I stock? Bravely Second was last year. Man, Bravely Second was so good. Oh, I also never, I never got the good ending of Luminous Avenger X2. There you go, chat. I said it as X instead of IX. Luminous Avenger 9. It's a lowercase I, capital X. It's a spin-off of Azure Striker Gunvolt, which is a Inti Create series. Inti Creates did Mega Man Zeros and ZX. And also Mega Man 9 and 10, I think. Yeah. Bravely Second really did give you the dilemma of give people water or nuclear weapons. Making fun of X being read as 9. Yeah, that's fair. I was just genuinely like, I was sitting there for a second like, maybe Wizard doesn't know what the Gunvolt series is. Yeah, I never played episode of Thames for Gunvolt 3. I had. This is. Oh my god, I've been rambling for an hour. I had an idea where, I was going to do effectively a Gunvolt bonus. Inti Creates is making games for a specific audience, and you're not in this audience. Gunvolt 1 is the hardest. Gunvolt 1 is pretty good. 2, I would argue, in all aspects other than length, is better in almost every way. 3 takes a completely different direction, but 3's new gameplay is really fun. Luminous Avenger IX is, it's more Copen gameplay from 2, which fucks. IX2 is, what if we took Copen gameplay and broke it? Like, unironically, it really is just, hey, we broke it. Sorry. We really liked some of our ideas from Mega Man Zero that we really shouldn't have brought back. It's like, oh yeah, your main attack is a melee weapon, but it's a melee weapon that you can't use in the air for some reason. I feel like that, like 90% of that game's issues would be solved if you could use the razor wheel in midair. Have a good one, Bird. I could play Blaster Master Zero 2. Blaster Master Zero 2 is really fun. Or yeah, well, Zero 2 is good. Played Mega Man Zero 1. Got Jackson. Played Mega Man 9. Gunvolt 1. Each time you play an Inti Creates game, you're just reminded this developer has a certain goal in their design for, and for the people who like it, it's probably their exact needs. But I don't play to play your games. Yeah, that's fair. Chat, what if I streamed Mighty Number 9? Mighty Number 9 with its knockoff NetNavi designs. Have about 2 or 3 streams of content. You want to know something funny? Mighty Number 9 threw money at that game and didn't even get the game. Oof. I got Mighty Number 9 as a birthday gift. I have a Wii U copy of Mighty Number 9. It's not a bad game, but it's especially not a good game. It's got good character designs, and Cryo from Mighty Number 9 is literally just a carbon copy of what is it, Spoutman.exe from Battle Network 5 or 6. Actually, since we're in ramble mode, I can pull it up. Mighty Number 9's got good character design. Like, say what you want about say what you want about Mighty Number 9, but you can't fault it for its character designs. Okay, so they're not quite as similar as I thought they were, but like, here's Cryo from Mighty Number 9. Here's Aquaman.exe. I think I just thought the big bubble looked similar. I think this is from the Battle Network anime. Actually, one of my favorite designs from Mighty Number 9 is their Zero/Proto Man from Mighty Number 9. That literally looks like a fucking knockoff Zero. Here is Ray. This is their Zero/Proto Man / kind of also base. This is a very crunchy picture, but Ray, unironically, is the best part of Mighty Number 9. And I say that without hyperbole, because the mode where you get to play as Ray is actually unironically really fun, because it turns your weird like absorb dash. It's RAY, but yeah. Call, yeah, call is a cool design. But yeah, Ray's campaign is literally just it's instead of having the like weird gameplay loop that that Beck does, where you have to like shoot them a whole bunch and then dash through them to absorb part of their health. With Ray, it becomes dash into them to do a shitload of damage, and your incentive is that your health is constantly going down, and so it literally turns the game into like blitz through at 1,000,000 miles an hour. We made a Zero knockoff and we called him Zero, but in Japanese no one will ever know. Ray looks like Mega Man ZX Zero. Here, let me grab a picture for comparison's sake. This one on the right here. And here's the shitty tiny picture of Ray. It looks like what would happen if you took Mega Man ZX Zero and crossed it with base.exe from Mega Man Battle Network. Where is base.exe? Here is base.exe. Oh my god, that is a big picture. You see what I mean? Look up zero.exe. Isn't zero.exe only in, like... Zero.exe is, like, in network transmission, actually, isn't he? Final boss and network transmission shows up in a couple of other games as chips. Zero.exe also in one of those like mobile games as well. Or am I crossing wires? I'm probably crossing wires. I don't know, I'll get rid of all the Mega Man on screen and the one not quite Mega Man. But yeah, I've played a handful of the classic Mega Man games, but I've never been good at them. I beat the first 3 Mega Man games with very, very liberal use of the rewind feature. I feel like playing Mega Man Zero is gonna absolutely destroy me when I get to it. Because, Mega Man Zero is a very difficult game from what I've heard. 0-1, yeah. I've heard that the Legacy Collection makes it easier. That game is obscenely hard. It's also very obtuse. Such as, if you return to base after leaving on a mission, the mission gets deleted from the game. I got very good at it because you had nothing else to do. You failed the mission, and now your game is uncompletable. Tunic was last year as well. That wasn't even that long ago last year. That was December. It won't let you escape mandatory missions. I still gotta play Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, well, where you'll get to hear me karaoke I Am All of Me right at the start while the intro is playing. God, unironically, despite the fact that like people meme on Shadow the Hedgehog and that song specifically, I actually unironically really like that song. Blink twice if you're in danger. No, I'm gonna be playing Shadow Reloaded. It's up next in the Sonic game list. Crush 40 makes fun songs. They do. When is Sonic Battle? I don't know. When did Sonic Battle come out? I gotta track down a copy of Sonic 06 as well. That was around that time. I don't know. I like doing stuff in order, but at the same time, I have been extremely tempted to, I've been extremely tempted to play, Sonic Unleashed out of order. I know that I'm like 2 or 3 games away from it. Because I think it's Shadow, then 06, then Unleashed, if I'm not mistaken. Black Knight and Secret Rings might be between 06 and Unleashed. I'm not sure on that, but see you, Zapdos. I don't know. Discussing chronological order or release order? Release order. I know that if you try to do chronological order, shit gets fucked because of generations and time travel. And especially because of Shadow Generations as well. Because Shadow Generations has a level based off of Frontiers in it, despite the fact that Frontiers at that point in the timeline hasn't happened. I've heard nothing but good things about Shadow Generations, though. I'm very excited to eventually get to it. Shadow Generations is great if you like Shadow. I do like Edge. Actually, the funny thing is that, like, from what I've heard, Shadow Generations is, like, really well-written Shadow as well. Like, I am relatively new to Sonic. As in, like, 2 or 3 years ago. Because, I picked up Sonic Mania. I've streamed Sonic Mania. I streamed Sonic Mania as my second ever stream game. I do not recommend that you go back and watch those videos because they're bad, but they are still up if you're curious. I played Sonic Mania. I liked Sonic Mania, but it didn't really click with me. And then last year, or not last year, like 2 years ago at this point, I played Sonic Origins, the like collection. And after playing Sonic 1 in Sonic Origins, I had intense Sonic brain rot for the next like and I played through the entirety of all 4 classic Sonic games. So I played 1, 2, CD, and 3. And then I played Adventure shortly after that. Adventure 1 is actually pretty good. Adventure 2 is pretty good. I liked Adventure 1 a lot. 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. I did play the and Knuckles version of 3. If you said 4, you may have to pity me. I have copies of Sonic 4 on my Steam account. I have copies of Sonic 4 on my Steam account. This is a threat. But yeah, I played Sonic Origins, and I got super brain rotted by it, and I played through all the classic games and then started reading the fucking IDW comic. I haven't gone back to it since because I burnt out reasonably quick on that. But I read the first, I think, 3 arcs of the IDW comic, and like it was really good. Like, unironically, it's really good. I don't know what point I was trying to make. I have almost every Sonic game on my Steam account, including the original version of Generations as well, which I've never installed. I'm probably missing like 1, if I had to guess. I don't know what it would be, but I'm probably missing like at least 1. Oh, I'm missing the racing games. Anyway, I have been rambling for almost an hour and a half at this point. So I am going to go ahead and end off here. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much to listening to me ramble incoherently for the last hour and 20 minutes. Here is your raid message. The rest of my voice. It's not even that my voice, like, my voice is fine. It's just a matter of, like... okay, I probably do need to rest my voice. It's just a matter of, like, switching between so many different high-pitched voices wears me out. And poke the devil. We're going to go poke the Zoe. Zoe's doing a donathon. I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think. I have no idea. But yeah, I hope to see you. Fingers crossed that I'll actually allow myself to take a day off tomorrow. I don't know, 50-50 shot. Sponsored stream. I remembered hearing something about that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling, maybe I'm going crazy. I might be crossing wires with somebody else, actually. I'm not sure. Lily has been doing the Donathron. Ah, okay. But yeah, I hope to see you here. Hopefully not tomorrow, but I don't know. There's a 50-50 shot. Otherwise, have a good one and take care, everyone.